Wednesday night racing at Rideau Carleton Raceway produced a new winner in the preferred handicap trot feature. Fifth, that's Gabby Silster at the back of the field. Coming on from far back there is Twice a Delight, and Kiki D Hanover trails 130-1 at 3/4, and Amicable Hanover and Guy Gagnon still looking good on the front end, but facing challengers now. First over CB Caper, widest of all, Gabby Silster coming on. Amicable Hanover going to get there by about 2 over CB Caper, and it looked like Hot Hanover, owned by Jamie Copley and Kimberly Eaton of Ontario, with Sean McIsaac and Jody Sanderson of PEI. Amicable Hanover, bred by Hanover Shoe Farms Incorporated of Pennsylvania, trained by Mandy Archer, and driven to her first lifetime win by Guy Gagnon. Congratulations, Amicable Hanover, on the maiden breaking win and 1:59.3 mark. Cami leading the way, keeping just ahead of Stomper Tom, and it's 3 lengths back to CrossFit, not doing enough at this point. Gapping now by about 6 lengths, it's Illusion East Gale, and at the back of the field on a gallop and distance. Unfortunately, the magic of life. 1:28.3 to 3/4. Here comes Stomper Tom leaving the pocket, and a 3 wide late bid from CrossFit. They are chasing down the stretch. Salzbrook Cami trying to defend her lead. Stomper Tom is between horses. CrossFit is wide and coming on late for Marie-Claude Auger. He is trying to hunt down Stomper Tom, and he does. 3 wide. Late move from CrossFit gets the win. A second consecutive victory by Marie-Claude Auger. That's win number 2 in his 5th start of the season. 1:59.1 for CrossFit. Mate J.M. Stella as they round 4 home. Also, Napoleon Hill is second over from last at the top of the stretch, battling down the lane. Marie-Claude Auger is calling on the leader, Synergy S, for more. Synergy S digging deep under sustained pressure from J.M. Stella right to the wire, and he gets the win. Synergy S, J.M. Stella, Stormont Friendly, and Napoleon Hill. 2 minutes and 3/5. Joliette, Quebec, who also bred Synergy S. The trainer, Kelly Duval-Lacaille. The driver, Marie-Claude Auger, going back-to-back with trotters here at Rideau Carleton in races 2 and 3. CrossFit winning race 2. And now it's the first seasonal victory for Synergy S. 2 minutes and 3/5. Dropping back to 5th along the inside, Share the Moment. They're turning for home, battling leaders, neither giving way. Horizon Sealster on the outside, and Fancy Lettering on the inside, and up the inside path. That's DA Cinnamon Crunch coming on, but pushing to the lead once again to get a narrow victory. Horizon, for the second time in a row, its unofficial race 4 winner, number 4, Horizon Sealster, a 4-year-old bay mare by Better's Delight out of Hope and Faith, owned by Julia Ferguson, Lloyd Stone, Coral Bailey, and Sean Vino, all of Ontario. Horizon Sealster was bred by Sealster Farms Incorporated of Ontario, trained by Ted McDonald, and driven to her 2nd consecutive victory by William Waugh. 1:55.2. Congratulations, Horizon Sealster. Bavaria Beach still sits 4th on the outside and is not advancing, moving up 5th on the inside. CS Gold Policy lacks racing room. Second over, Cleomax Duhara is getting the shuffle as they went by 3/4, 1:26.3. Still led by Ciel Bleu. Now stepping into the Rideau Carleton winner's circle, unofficial race 5 winner, number 2, Ciel Bleu. A 7-year-old bay gelding by Muscle Mass at a Volonté, owned by Écurie Guy Gagnon Incorporated and Gestion Louis La Tulipe Incorporated of Quebec. Ciel Bleu was bred by Écurie Provocante, Quebec, trained and driven to victory by Guy Gagnon. at a shocking 15-1. 156-1, a seasonal mark for Ciel Bleu. And it's D.A. Alexander who looks to spring 3 wide for the stretch drive as this field tries to hunt down Greenleaf and Jonathan Lapointe. Strong on the lead, charging at him up the inside. Flash Me Some Green and Pascal Berube on the outside. Northern Professor, too late. It's going to be Greenleaf. A battle for place between Flash Me Some Green and Northern Professor, 159-2. The AGCO judges have just informed me we have a dead heat for place in race 6. Between 3, Flash Me Some Green, and 4, Northern Professor. But now in the winner's circle, after her maiden victory, number 1, Greenleaf, a 3-year-old bay filly by Green Manalishi out of Wawona, owned by Écurie Largo Incorporated of Notre-Dame-de-Lourdes, Quebec, bred by Écurie Gaétan Boteau. The backfield is gearing up now, approaching 3/4. Here comes a first over move into 4th from Raising Rusty, and second over behind him past 3/4. That looks to be Ripped and Ready, 125-2 at 3/4. An impressive dude is living up to his name. He's opening up now, charging for home. Tyrone Bowtie trying to eat into that lead though. Impressive dude. Tyrone Bowtie, impressive dude. Tyrone Bowtie gets a 5-year-old bay gelding by Looks Like a Chippendale out of Risk Seeker, owned by Cynthia Graham and Mark Mayu of Ontario, with Gillian Keating of BC, bred by Cynthia Graham and William Wolfrey, Ontario, trained by Mike Armstrong, driven by Ryan Guy. As the second win of the year for Tyrone Bowtie, also a new lifetime mark and the fastest mile by a trotter this year in Canada on a 5/8 mile track, 154-2. Turning Point faces her main adversary down the lane. It's the Turning Point on the point for Marie-Claude Auger, her 3rd driving win of the night. Finishing second was 7 Beach Journey. Close for show, 155-1. Rideau Carleton Winner's Circle, unofficial race 8 winner, number 5, The Turning Point, a 6-year-old brown mare by J.K. End of an Era out of Ty Chris Legacy. Owned by trainer Robert Bernicki of Quebec, bred by Lindar Stables, Indiana, with the Irv Miller Stable Incorporated of Pennsylvania and Omer Miller of Illinois. Marie-Claude Auger gets her 3rd driving win of the night, and results are now official. And Perfect Rolo has dropped out at the back, 124-3 at 3/4, and a big lead now for Sealaird and Guy Gagnon coming down to the lane, and Sealaird widening his advantage over next closest challenger on the outside, Love My Rockin' Bird. He's coming on, but only good enough for place. Sealaird delivers for Guy Gagnon. That's Love My Rockin' Bird, second ahead of Curious, Cortez, and Sunchip. 153 flat. Well-deserved pats for race 9's unofficial winner, number 1, Sealaird. He's a 9-year-old bay gelding by Custard the Dragon out of Devil Likes It Hot, owned by trainer Vic Putty of Mountain, Ontario, bred by Sea Spray Stables Limited, Nanaimo, British Columbia. Driven to victory by Guy Gagnon. That's the first win this season in start number 5 for Sealaird. 153 flat. An impressive outing. Congratulations, Sealaird. On La Barbe as they go bridle to bridle to the wire, and it's going to be a win for Day Trader and Guy Gagnon by about a half length over La Barbe, Silverado, and Friar Voltaire, 154-4. Winner number 6, Day Trader, a 5-year-old bay gelding by Stay Hungry out of Day to Ponder, owned by Gerald Denel of Ottawa, bred by Mark Smith, Lexington, Kentucky, trained by Mandy Archer, and driven to the win by Guy Gagnon. 154 and 4, a seasonal best for Day Trader. And Guy Gagnon going back-to-back in the late daily double, winning race 9 with Sea Laird, and now winning again with Day Trader in race 10. Congratulations. Congratulations to preferred trot winner Tyrone Bowtie, owned by Cynthia Graham, Mark Mayu, and Jillian Keating, trained by Mike Armstrong, and driven to victory by Ryan Guy in Canada's fastest trotting mile on a 5/8 mile track so far this year, 1:54 and 2. Join us for more live racing on Sunday, May 4th at 6:30 p.m. And don't forget Kentucky Derby Day, Saturday, May 3rd in the Rideau Carleton Simulcast Lounge. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Rideau Carleton Raceway. It's a beautiful night for some live racing here in the nation's capital on this Sunday, May the 4th. We've got 10 live races coming up with first post at 6:30 for race 1 on race night number 9 of the 2025 meet. The track condition is fast and weather conditions clear. A temperature of 21 degrees Celsius, 69 Fahrenheit. Winds are from the southwest, 28 kilometers an hour or 17 miles an hour. Humidity is at 28%. There were only a few changes this evening that we'll get into shortly. Taking a look at race 1, no changes. Race 2, we do have a scratch, a vet scratch of number 4, DA Cinnamon Crunch in race 2. Also a scratch in race 3 of number 6, Sun Chip, a judge's scratch transportation of the 6 in race 3. No changes in races 4 through 7. There's a driver change in race 8 on number 7. Stonebridge Hermes changed the driver from Jacques Baudouin to Stéphane Pouliot. He's driving the 7 Stonebridge Hermes race 8. There's an equipment change in race 9 on number 6, No Time At All, who goes from blinkers to closed bridle. And in race 10, no changes. We're about 25 minutes away from post time for race 1. No changes in race 1. There's exactor, triactor, superfecta, and daily double wagering. The current favorite, number 1, Whiskey Friday. Steve Germain, the trainer driver. Glenn Pearson and myself are leaning towards the outside post where you'll find CB Caper for trainer Mike Armstrong and driver Ryan Guy. This one has a little more experience than some in this field and has been quite good in her last couple of starts at this track with a win, a maiden win that is, and a place finish. So good results for Ryan Guy, and it's not a tough outside post to work with. It's certainly far from 7 or 8, so Glenn and I both siding with the 5 CB Caper. In the exactor, Glenn is using number 2, Tia, for trainer-driver Sebastian Turenne in the place spot. I'm using that one for 3rd. I think the one, Whiskey Friday, has a good chance. This one made an interference break on April 27th, starting from the 2nd tier, and now moves to the front. The only drawback for me is this is a horse with a little more experience, this 3-year-old Better Than Cheddar gelding, and yet he doesn't have a win yet, but certainly a great post position to work with in a smaller field today. He's the 9-5 top choice, Whiskey Friday. To complete his superfecta, Glenn is looking to 4, John Hill, the first-time starter, picking up driver Marie-Claude Auger for trainer Jeffrey Davidson after a couple of qualifiers here at Rideau Carleton. It's just the first start for that 3-year-old son of Sunshine Beach. I'm using him 4th in my ticket, and Glenn is concluding his superfecta ticket with 3, Better's Zone for Vic Putty and driver William Waugh, a 3-year-old son of Better's Delight. Also, yet to get a win, but he had broken equipment, and that led to a poor result, a distanced finished here on April 27th. So a better result expected from the 3, Better's Zone today. Once again, exactor, triactor, superfecta, and daily double wagering available on race 1. And if you're playing that early daily double, note that there is only one change in the second leg in race 2, and that's a scratch of the 4 DA Cinnamon Crunch. This week in harness racing, and worth remembering, will not be featured this evening. We will bring back those features looking at Rideau Carleton history and recent harness racing milestones on our next broadcast. But taking a look at highlights of the week, obviously the 151st Kentucky Derby at Churchill Downs yesterday. The biggest race of the year on the thoroughbred side, and from a wagering perspective, Sovereignty got the win for trainer Bill Mott over the sloppy track. A $2 win bet on Sovereignty would have paid out over $17. Junior Alvarado, the winning jockey, and lots of people were here taking it in the simulcast lounge at Rideau Carleton. Always a busy place, open for Triple Crown racing, as well as plenty of other tracks and races throughout the year. On Saturday evenings, Tammy Forgey's On Track Free to Play handicapping contest continues. It has a jackpot that keeps rising every Saturday night that it is not hit, and that happened again last night. No winners in the contest. So for next Saturday evening, the jackpot is $1,100. So if you're in the Ottawa area, even just passing through, it's worth coming to Rideau Carleton and playing that contest, the free-to-play, on-track only, handicapping contest in our simulcast lounge track side. So $1,100, that jackpot on the evening of Saturday, May 10th. We're about 19, make that 18 minutes away from post time for race 1 here at Rideau Carleton. Thank you for tuning in if you're one of our simulcast bettors or playing at an off-track betting lounge. And if you're in the Ottawa area, we welcome you to the track. It's a great place to spend an evening. Picnic tables are out for the season. The snack bar is open, facing the track, so you can get your food and drink and watch the races outside. Lots of self-serve betting terminals down there trackside, and a teller to help if you have any questions about wagering. For those just joining us, a reminder that we are not racing on Thursday afternoons this meet. We did have a schedule change and recently switched over for the 2025 meet to Wednesday evenings at 6 o'clock. So we are back to racing twice a week, right up until December this year. Sunday evenings at 6:30 and Wednesday evenings, 6 p.m. Join us.
This is Fiona. She is a member of the Canadian goose species, an avid fan of racing at Rideau Carleton Raceway. Not wishing to miss any of the races, she has nested and laid her eggs in the center of the winner's circle. While she may seem distracted, as she follows the action, she is in fact very protective of her nest of 8 eggs. Please be mindful and respect her space during this delicate period. For more information on the Canadian goose, call the Canadian Wildlife Service, Ottawa.
That's a live look at Fiona, the Canada goose, back for the season and protecting the nest. And her husband is around the nest as well, so we have an area roped off just as a little reminder to give the nest a little bit of privacy and protection. We're about 11 minutes away from post time for race 1, and while we're looking at our patriotic symbol, Fiona on her nest, it's reminded me about tickets now being on sale for the Canadian Horse Racing Hall of Fame 2025 Induction Gala. That's coming up at the Mississauga Convention Centre, the induction of the class of 2025, with the gala tickets now on sale, including a cocktail reception, gourmet 4-course dinner with wine, and then, of course, the induction ceremony starting at 5:30 p.m. for the reception, and then the ceremony at 6:30. That's on Wednesday, August 6th, coming up at the Mississauga Convention Centre. Tickets are on sale now at the Canadian Horse Racing Hall of Fame website. The early bird price is $225 plus HST, and that rate is in effect until July 5th. If you're interested in sponsoring this event, sponsoring a table, or other involvement with the Hall of Fame, or just purchasing tickets, you can reach out. Congratulatory ads in the event program are another option. Contact Linda Rainey at 416-417-9404 or linda.rainey, RAINEY, at horseracinghalloffame.com. This year's standardbred inductees into the Canadian Horse Racing Hall of Fame are John Bax, Dave Briggs, Brad Grant, the late Kent Oakes, and the horses Muscle Mass and Yankee Paco. Again, the event taking place on Wednesday, August 6th. We're about 4 minutes away from post time for race 1. Favoritism has shifted away from the rail, where Whiskey Friday was taking the early win pool money, and now the even money top choice is the top selection of both myself and Glenn Pearson, number 5 CB Caper, for Mike Armstrong and driver Ryan Guy. As we wait for the post parade for race 1, it's worth mentioning our qualifiers. We had a couple of them this afternoon. In the first, the winner was Betts Beach by 4.5 lengths in 156 flat over Farmer Don't Dilly Dally and Pizzazz Hanover, who was third. Betts Beach, driven by Pascal Berube for Yves Tessier in that 7-horse first qualifier for Pacers. The second qualifier was for Trotters. That was won by Southwind Russian on the front end from the outside post, going away by 24 lengths to win in 156 flat. For trainer-driver Stéphane Pouliot, second was Chick Chalk Rose, and third was Miche Charm in that 5-horse all-trot qualifier. The horses are approaching the track for the race 1 post parade. The favorite remains number 5, the class dropper, CB Caper, back in the post position of her April 20th maiden victory. 4-5 right now. Here comes the post parade for race 1. These Pacers are non-winners of $5,000 lifetime with allowances for fillies and mares. Non-winners of a race draw inside. The purse is $5,600. Leading the post parade, number 1 is Whiskey Friday, owned, trained, and driven by Steve Germain of Ottawa. 2 is Tia, owned by Alexis Zielke of Gloucester, Ontario, trained and driven by Sebastian Turenne. 3 is Better's Zone, owned by a numbered Canadian corporation with Bill Mains and Mike Horwood, all of Ontario, along with Limco Incorporated, Quebec, trained by Vic Putty, driven by William Waugh. 4 is John Hill, the first-time starter, owned by John Fleischman of Ottawa with Ian Kerr of Welland, Ontario, trained by Jeffrey Davidson and driven by Marie-Claude Auger. And completing this field from post 5 is current 3-5 favorite CB Caper, owned by Lloyd Howley of Cars Ontario, trained by Mike Armstrong, and driven by Ryan Guy. That's your field of 5 pacers for race 1. There were no changes in race 1. Exactor, Triactor, Superfecta, and daily double wagering available. Getting a closer look at the current favorite, CB Caper, the 5. As mentioned, this is the post position of her maiden victory that took place April 20th at Rideau Carleton. On Wednesday, she sprinted to an early lead from the rail and got circled by the winner, Amicable Hanover, past the quarter. CB Caper left the pocket in the stretch and held off Tia and Hot Girl Summer in a final lunge for the wire. She's making a quick turnaround, but good form recently, finishing first and second in her most recent couple of starts here for the same connections. That's CB Caper, the top selection of both myself and Glenn Pearson in race 1. Others to consider, my second choice, number 1, Whiskey Friday, returning to the frontier. This one faced interference shortly after the start on Sunday from DA Players Delight, but caught the field and came fourth over from last at 3/4, closing into traffic. A better post for the 2-1 shot, Whiskey Friday. Glenn Pearson likes Tia for second. That's the 2 here at odds of 5-1. She gained ground along the pylons behind pace-setting CB Caper on the first turn Wednesday, and then got boxed in and shuffled back from third past the half. She finally found racing room down the stretch, but lost ground late. She's making a quick turnaround here. That's Tia from post 2. And the other, figuring in both of our tickets, is number 4, John Hill. He's 5-1 right now. He's making his parimutuel debut. He's a half-brother to the $200,000 winner, Reagan's Avenger, who went winless at age 2 and then broke his maiden in his 4th career start at age 3. Marie-Claude Auger certainly driving very strong so far this season at Rideau Carleton. She's taking the lines on the first-time starter who qualified here against older pacers and was overmatched. So he's in with other young horses here, less experienced horses. 5-1 right now on the 4, John Hill. This field is going to be lining up very shortly for the first of our 10 races tonight. There's still time to wager on race 1. The starter has called the field. And the pacers are now going behind the gate for race 1. 1 is Whiskey Friday, Steve Germain. 2, Tia, Sebastian Turenne. 3, Better Zone, William Waugh. 4, John Hill, Marie-Claude Auger. And on the outside is 5, CB Caper for Ryan Guy. She already has her nose on the gate. The others gradually lining up and heading around the turn towards the start. They're on the backstretch. Approaching the start, they're off and pacing, taking back early John Hill as well as Whiskey Friday to the front. That's CB Caper and Ryan Guy making a big move from the outside and circling Tia, who sits second along the pylons. Then it's a gap of about 3 lengths back to third, where you'll find Better's Zone. A similar gap back to fourth place, Whiskey Friday, and trailing the field in the early going is the first-time starter John Hill. They had single file to the opening quarter, led by CB Caper, 29 and 2, moderate early fraction for the leader. CB Caper keeping about a length and a half ahead of next closest Tia in the pocket, and then it's a couple of lengths back to third, Better Zone. Similar margin back to fourth place, Whiskey Friday. Tightening up at the back of the field is John Hill. They're headed around the turn now, approaching the half with CB Caper going unchallenged on the front end and having things her way thus far. CB Caper reaching the half in 1 minute and 1/5, leisurely fractions indeed. Tia tightening up from the pocket, but still about a length and a quarter back in second. Here comes a first over move on the outside from Whiskey Friday up into third and advancing on the backstretch. Tipping from last and following that cover is John Hill, and getting shuffled back, Better Zone is now last as the field heads past 3/4, 1:29 and 1 the clocking. CB Caper suddenly facing first over pressure from Whiskey Friday and sitting the pocket throughout. Tia has some late pace as well as they turn for home. Ryan Guy asking CB Caper. She's digging deep. Tia has left the safety of the pocket and is trying to hunt down CB Caper. And widest of all, look at John Hill. What a great debut for that one, but he's not going to catch CB Caper. Second was John Hill ahead of Tia, then Better Zone and Whiskey Friday. 1:58 flat. It was an exciting stretch drive. CB Caper did face late challenges, but she had a good lead on everybody. So Tia and even the fast-flying John Hill could not eat into that lead. Ryan Guy flat in the bike as CB Caper gets her second career victory. The unofficial top 4 finishers are now posted for race 1. Even money favorite, CB Caper, the race winner for Ryan Guy. Over 4, John Hill second. 2, Tia third. And 3, Better's Zone was fourth. 5, 4, 2, 3, the unofficial top 4 order of finish. Now coming back to the Rideau Carleton Winners Enclosure, unofficial race 1 winner, number 5, CB Caper and friends. CB Caper is a 4-year-old bay mare by Sports Writer out of Makarubi, owned by breeder Lloyd Howley of Cars, Ontario, trained by Mike Armstrong, driven to victory by Ryan Guy. That's the second career win and a new lifetime mark for CB Caper, 1:58 flat. Race 1 results are now official. Prices are posted for Race 1, where number 5 CB Caper returns $4 to win. The $2 5-4 exactor pays $28.20. The $1 triactor 5-4-2 combination returns $30.20. The $1 superfecta 5-4-2-3 ticket pays $82.40. The Race 1 rundown is now posted. 1, Whiskey Friday was 5th. 2, Tia 3rd. 3, Better Zone 4th. 4, John Hill 2nd. And Even Money co-favorite number 5, CB Caper, the race winner for Ryan Guy. From the top down, your program should read 5-3-4-2-1. The fractions were 29 and 2 to the quarter, 1 minute and 1/5 at the half. 129 and 1 at 3/4, 158 flat, the winning mile, and a new lifetime best for CB Caper. Race 2 is coming up next. There is one change, and it affects my Pick 4 ticket. It actually makes it a little cheaper because my top choice in Race 2 was the 4 DA Cinnamon Crunch. However, she is a vet scratch. There's no also eligible, so the field is scratched down to 6. And this Pick 4 that begins in Race 2, I will now be using just 3 horses. Number 5, Arson Sealster, the current 1-9 favorite for Mandy Archer and Guy Gagnon, a logical choice. The 3, Surratt Hanover, not so obvious. Robert Shepard driving him for trainer Denis Maisonneuve. That one was closing well last start. And then the 2, My Midnight Lover, who's had bad luck since coming here, unfortunately. She took a bad step April 23rd and then had post 7 on April 27th. I like her chances here from post 2 in Race 2. In Race 3, singling the 3, RJ Super Freak for Eric Lafleur and Marie-Claude Auger. That one getting serious class relief after starting the year in the preferred handicap at this track. In race 4, I'm using 3 horses. I've got Tignanello there, Smiling Billy the Kid, and Arizona Jackson. And moving on to race 5. That is a field of just 6 trotters, but very competitive. Salzbrook Cami definitely fits. CrossFit, another I'm using there, as well as Riveria Beach on a quick turnaround. And Yo Cheyenne has made breaks in her parimutuel start since coming here, but qualified well, taking on Pacers on April 27th. Here comes the post parade for race 2, exactor, triactor, superfecta, and early pick 4 wagering available. And the Pacers are now on track. Non-winners of $15,000 or 2 races lifetime. Allowances for fillies and mares. Also eligible. $20,000 claimers for non-winners of $30,000 lifetime. They race for a purse of $6,200. One is DJ Cowboy, owned by Brady Doyle of Stratford, Prince Edward Island, trained by Mike Armstrong and driven by Pascal Berube. 2 is My Midnight Lover, owned by trainer Eric Lafleur of Quebec and driven by Marie-Claude Auger. 3 is Surratt Hanover, owned by trainer Denis Maisonneuve of Gatineau, Quebec, driven by Robert Shepard. 4, D.A. Cinnamon Crunch is a vet scratch. 5 is the current 1-5 favorite Arson Sealster, owned by Jamie Copley, Kimberly Eden, and Darren Tingley of Ontario, with Dwayne Tingley of Nova Scotia, trained by Mandy Archer, driven by Guy Gagnon. 6 is 'Cause I'm Doc, owned by Cozen Farms, La Prairie, Quebec, trained by Catherine Girard and driven by Claude LaRose. On the outside, number 7 is Friar Voltaire, owned by a numbered Canadian corporation along with Lloyd Stone, Mike Horwood, and trainer Vic Putty, all of Ontario. William Waugh does the driving. That's your field of 6 Pacers coming up in race 2. Exactor, triactor, superfecta, and early pick 4 wagering. We're zooming in on the 1-5 favorite. He's up in class, but seems to have a lot of class to him, Arson Sealster. He took a lifetime mark here for driver Guy Gagnon. Last Sunday, he got away single file 4th behind the leader Bad Apple in his most recent start. He was first over on the second turn and steadily gained ground along the backstretch. He cleared to the front at the top of the stretch and won by open lengths over the fast-closing Hot Tub Pop and Bubbly. Arson Sealster also paced the field's fastest last quarter of 28-1. He's getting all the respect on the tote board right now at odds of 1-5. He might be one to single in this leg of the pick 4, the first leg of the early pick 4. There are some other contenders here. The scratch of the 4, D.A. Cinnamon Crunch, is unfortunate. She's a vet scratch. Glenn Pearson and myself both landing on Arson Sealster now as a top selection. Glenn was looking to D.A. Cinnamon Crunch as his place horse, but she is out. The 4 is scratched. So that means Glenn is looking a little further out, going to the 6, 'Cause I'm Doc, for Catherine Girard and catch driver Claude LaRose. I'm using the 3, Glenn's third choice, for second in my tickets. That's Surratt Hanover, who looks like Robert Shepard's possible pick over 'Cause I'm Doc. Surratt Hanover followed the cover of 1-2 favorite Arson Seelster from second over fifth on the backstretch here Sunday. He followed him down the stretch for show. Another to watch, 4-1 right now on number 2, My Midnight Lover, who I don't really think has had a chance to prove herself yet at this track. She's moving in from post 7 to post 2. She took back to last at the start last Sunday and came third over from last along the backstretch. She had to go 3 wide when Hot Tub Poppin' Bubbly tipped approaching 3/4. She was strong on the front end in 2 wins last year at Hoosier Park, so she may be looking for a different kind of trip, and she could get it tonight from that inside post number 2, My Midnight Lover. The starter has called the field for race 2. There's still time to play the early pick 4. 20-cent base wager, 15% takeout. The Pacers are lining up for race 2. 1 is DJ Cowboy for Pascal Berube. 2, My Midnight Lover, Marie-Claude Auger. 3, Surratt Hanover, Robert Shepard. 4, DA Cinnamon Crunch is scratched. 5 is Arson Seelster for Guy Gagnon. 6, 'Cause I'm Doc, Claude LaRose. And 7, Friar Voltaire, William Waugh. They're on the turn. My Midnight Lover, gapping slightly, as is DJ Cowboy on the inside. They're on the backstretch. And they're off, and timing things well. Pascal Berube sending DJ Cowboy from the rail to the front, but speed from the outside as well. William Waugh getting after Friar Voltaire as he launches from post 7, and he's 3 wide early, going to back pedal and settle third behind new leader Arson Seelster, who clears DJ Cowboy to make front for Guy Gagnon. That's the favorite Arson Seelster, leading past a 27-1 opening quarter. Blistering early pace. Arson Seelster leading the way. DJ Cowboy in the pocket. Here comes a first over move now. My Midnight Lover is taking no seat to anyone. She moves right to the front for Marie-Claude Auger. And now that puts the favorite into the pocket as they are on that second turn, approaching the half now. My Midnight Lover is the new leader and reaching the half in 56-2. She is opened up by 2 lengths over Arson Seelster. Still third by about the same margin, but dropping back on the inside. DJ Cowboy first over now into 4th. That's Surratt Hanover 5th, but caught in Friar Voltaire. And stepping out from last, 'Cause I'm Doc, getting underway 3rd over from last, approaching 3/4. And My Midnight Lover now confronted by Arson Seelster. They head past 3/4 in 1:24-4, matching strides, bridle to bridle, the filly on the inside and the colt on the outside. It's like a match race as the stretch looms ahead. Arson Seelster taking it to My Midnight Lover, and My Midnight Lover fighting back bravely on the inside. What a battle between these two to the wire. A late surge. Arson Seelster gets it by a half length over My Midnight Lover. Surratt Hanover and DJ Cowboy was 4th, 1:53-3. Everybody likes to see a battle of the sexes in horse racing. We kind of had it there in race 2 during the stretch drive. Arson Sealster and Guy Gagnon edging out My Midnight Lover and Marie-Claude Auger. 153 and 3. The unofficial top 4 finishers are now posted for race 2. The winner was 1-9 favorite. Number 5, Arson Sealster for Guy Gagnon. Second at odds of 12-1 was the 2, My Midnight Lover. Finishing third, number 3, Surratt Hanover. And fourth was 1, DJ Cowboy. 5-2-3-1, the unofficial top 4 order of finish. Please hold all tickets. Now back in the Rideau Carleton Winners Circle, unofficial race 2 winner, number 5, Arson Sealster. A 3-year-old bay gelding by Sports Writer out of Azure Sealster, owned by Jamie Copley, Kimberly Eaton, and Darren Tingley of Ontario, along with Dwayne Tingley of Nova Scotia, bred by Sealster Farms Incorporated of Ontario, trained by Mandy Archer, and driven by Guy Gagnon. That's win number 4 this season and a new lifetime mark. 153 and 3 for Arson Sealster. Congratulations. Race 2 results are now official. Prices are posted for race 2, where number 5 Arson Sealster returns $2.10 to win. The $2.52 exactor pays $9.10. It's $9.25 for the $1.523 triactor. The $2 double 5-5 combination pays $3.80. And the $1 superfecta 5231 returns $17.30. The race 2 rundown is now on screen. The 1, DJ Cowboy, was 4th. 2, My Midnight Lover, 2nd. 3, Surratt Hanover, 3rd. 4, DA Cinnamon Crunch was a vet scratch. 5, Arson Sealster, the race winner, as a 1-9 favorite for driver Guy Gagnon. 6, 'Cause I'm Doc, finished 6th. And 7, Friar Voltaire was 5th. From the top down, your program should read 4-2-3, scratch 1, 6-5. The fractions were 27 and 1 to the quarter, 56 and 2 at the half, 124 and 4 at 3/4, 153 and 3, a sharp new personal best for Arson Sealster. The AGCO judges have just informed me of a late scratch in race 5. The 1, Illusioniste Gale, is a vet scratch sick. That's the 1 in race 5, is a vet scratch sick. Illusioniste Gale. Race 3 is coming up on the pace. A field scratch down to 5. 6, Sunchip is a judge's scratch, transportation. But it's a competitive field of 5 here. Exactor, Triactor, Superfecta, and Pick 3 wagering available. The favorite right now at odds of 2-5 is my top selection, Glenn Pearson, in agreement on the 3, RJ Super Freak for trainer Eric Lafleur and driver Marie-Claude Auger. He is winless so far this season at this track in 4 starts, but look who he's been up against. He's been in the preferred handicap for his first 3 starts of the season. This is his 2nd consecutive class drop, and it comes with post relief. He had post 7 here on April 27th and was in with a tough group there as well. 1-2 right now on number 3, RJ's Super Freak, in upcoming race 3. The race 3 pacers are coming on track now for the post parade. These pacers are non-winners of $2,000 in their last 5 starts or $100 in 2025. Non-winners of a race this year allowed $500. The purse is $6,000. One is Springbridge Jim, making his seasonal debut for owner, trainer, driver Andrew Moore of Osgood, Ontario. Springbridge Jim is co-owned by Tommy Godfrey of Charlottetown, PEI. 2 is Woodmere Gaelic, owned by Antonio DeMario and Antonio Belfiore of Sudbury, along with Melanie Leach of Kemptville, Ontario. Trained by Steve Bellil and Guy Gagnon catch drives. 3 is the current 2-5 favorite, RJ's Super Freak, owned by trainer Eric Lafleur of L'Ange Gardien, Quebec, along with Michel Blais, also of L'Ange Gardien, Quebec. Marie-Claude Auger is in the sulky. 4 is Well Worth the Wait, owned by Catherine and Lauren Scott of Brinston, Ontario, trained and driven by Brian Scott. 5 is Get Your License Liam, owned by Limco Incorporated, Châteauguay, Quebec, trained by Vic Putty, driven by William Waugh. And 6, Sunchip is a judge's scratch, Transportation. That's your field of 5 for upcoming race 3 with Exactor, Triactor, Superfecta, and Pick 3 wagering. We're taking a look at my best bet for this card, and he's certainly been the favorite since the windows opened. 1-2 right now. The price on number 3, RJ's Super Freak. A bow in his neck out there. Very good looking horse, and he looks like Marie-Claude Auger's possible choice here over Woodmere Gaelic. He gets the post relief I mentioned, and this is his second consecutive class drop this meet. He crushed on the front end in a May 15th qualifier before starting the season at the preferred handicap level. He's known for his late speed. RJ's Super Freak, 1-2. Others to watch here are the 2, Woodmere Gaelic, who pocketed up until the final turn here on December 15th. His most recent race for Guy Gagnon, he won going away at a similar level that race. On Sunday, he raced single file third, got shuffled back at 3/4, and made a mild late bid up the inside path. Some class relief here for the 2, Woodmere Gaelic, 7-2 right now. A horse who is somewhat unpredictable, but when he's on his A game, he is very tough to beat. That's the 1, Springbridge Jim, making his 2025 parimutuel debut. He won his 4th start of the 2024 Rideau Carleton meet from the 2nd tier on the front end. He was 3rd November 3rd in his most recent start at this classification, and he sat 3rd throughout the mile in last Sunday's qualifier. He came home in the co-fastest closing quarter of the 3 qualifiers last Sunday, pacing a 28-3 last panel, and finishing behind the winner, well worth the wait, who is 11-1 right now from post 4 in upcoming race 3. Well worth the wait. Made his parimutuel debut here for the meet on Wednesday and makes a quick turnaround. He wired in the 2nd fastest Sunday qualifier last weekend, winning in 1:57 flat. He was 3rd in his May 2nd and 9th starts here last year for Brian Scott before a 3-race Rideau win streak for catch drivers. Slightly up in class and 11-1 right now, well worth the wait from post 4. And the starter has called the field for race 3. The pacers are going behind the gate. 1 is Springbridge Jim for Andrew Moore. 2, Woodmere Gaelic, Guy Gagnon. 3, RJ's Super Freak, Marie-Claude Auger. 4, well worth the wait, Brian Scott. 5 is Get Your License Liam for William Waugh. And 6, Sunchip is scratched. The field is on the turn with Springbridge Jim. The last 2 line up. They have turned on to the backstretch, and they're headed towards the start of race 3. They're off and pacing, and like a team, Woodmere Gaelic and well worth the wait, both leaving aggressively. They're bridle to bridle early, opening up by 4 lengths. Springbridge Jim is next closest from 3rd, following him from 4th. That's RJ's Super Freak, and at the back of this compact field right now, Get Your License Liam. Up front, that early battle has been won by Woodmere Gaelic, who quickly opens up on well worth the wait and leads to a 27-2 opening quarter. That's well worth the wait, who shadows from the pocket. It's about 4 lengths back to 3rd for Springbridge Jim. Following him, 3 lengths in arrears is RJ's Super Freak, and at the back of the field, Get Your License Liam. They're tightening up somewhat as they approach turn 2, and comfortable on the lead right now. Woodmere Gaelic is contested on the front end so far. After clearing, Woodmere Gaelic is now at the half in 57-1 and not getting challenged by anyone. He's got a comfortable length and a half advantage over Well Worth the Wait. Following from third, Springbridge Jim. Stepping out now, first over from fourth, RJ's Super Freak gets marching orders from Marie-Claude Auger and looking to follow that cover, but gapping from the back of the field is Get Your License Liam. They approach three quarters. Woodmere Gaelic still out there by a good 3 lengths, 124-4. He's all alone, but here comes RJ's Super Freak about to put a stop to that. And following that one's cover is Springbridge Jim, second over into third as they turn for home. A precarious lead for Woodmere Gaelic as RJ's Super Freak turns it on down the stretch. Springbridge Jim looks to be third. RJ's Super Freak powering past for Marie-Claude Auger to get the win over Woodmere Gaelic. Springbridge Jim, it looked like Well Worth the Wait was fourth, 154-1. RJ's Super Freak finally adds to the win column this season in start number 5 of the meet, a 154-1 victory. The unofficial top 4 finishers are now posted for race 3. 1-9 favorite number 3, RJ's Super Freak, the winner for Marie-Claude Auger. 2, Woodmere Gaelic was second. 1, Springbridge Jim finished third. And 4, Well Worth the Wait was fourth. 3-2-1-4, the unofficial top 4 order of finish. Now returning to the Rideau Carleton winners enclosure. Unofficial race 3 winner, number 3, RJ's Super Freak. He's a 5-year-old bay gelding by Luck Be With You out of Promised Place. Now the official winner of race 3. He is owned by trainer Eric Leffler of L'Ange Gardien, Quebec, along with Michel Blais, also of L'Ange Gardien. RJ Super Freak was bred by Jacob Smith of Knightstown, Indiana, and driven by Marie-Claude Auger. 154-1, a seasonal best, his first win in 5 tries this year. Prices are now posted for race 3, where the 3, RJ Super Freak, returns $2.10 to win. The $2 3-2 exactor pays just $2.70. The $1 3-2-1 try, also $2.70. And the $1 superfecta 3-2-1-4 pays $8. The race 3 rundown is now on your screens. 1, Springbridge Gym finished third. 2, Woodmere Gaelic, a game second. 1-9 favorite and best bet selection. Number 3, RJ's Super Freak, a winner for Marie-Claude Auger. 4, Well Worth the Wait was fourth. And 5, Get Your License Liam fifth. 6, Sunchip was a transportation scratch. From the top down, your program should read 3-2-1-4-5 scratch. The fractions were 27-2 to the quarter, 57-1 at the half, 124-4 at 3/4, 154-1. RJ's Super Freak. As we wait for the race 4 post parade, it's worth mentioning that the Triple Crown Thoroughbred races will be available in our trackside simulcast lounge. There was a nice crowd here yesterday for the Kentucky Derby, Sovereignty, and Junior Alvarado for trainer Bill Mott, getting that win at a nice price. And you can take in the Preakness Stakes here on Saturday, May 17th. Saturday evenings also feature Tammy Forgey's free-to-play on-track handicapping contest. It hasn't had a winner in some time. The jackpot is now up to $1,100. You must be on track to play, but it's always free right in the Trackside Simulcast Lounge here at Rideau Carleton, Saturday evenings. The Race 4 Post Parade is now on track. These pacers are non-winners of $7,500 in their last 5 starts, also eligible non-winners of $55,000 lifetime and $25,000 claimers. They race for a purse of $8,500. A claim has been entered on number 2, Tignanello. One is Shotgun Jerry, owned by a numbered Quebec corporation of Gloucester, Ontario, trained by Stéphane Pouliot, driven by Melanie Plourde. 2 is the current 6-5 favorite Tignanello, owned by Les Écuries Saint-Thomas, Incorporated of Saint-Charles-Borromée, Quebec, trained by Michel Legasse, driven by Ryan Guy. A claim has been entered on 2, Tignanello. 3 is Logan Behold, owned by Kimberly Eaton of Brockville and Jamie Copley of Kenmore, Ontario. Trained by Mandy Archer, driven by Guy Gagnon. 4 is Smiling Billy the Kid, owned by trainer Benoit Hubert of Papineauville, Quebec, driven by Marie-Claude Auger. 5 is Arizona Jackson, owned by Robin Morley of Mildmay, Ontario, trained by Kara Stacey and driven by Clark Stacey. 6 is Day Delight, owned by Triple S Equine of Newton, Ontario, trained by Vic Putty, driven by William Waugh. And completing this field of 7, from the outside post is Duck Dynasty, owned by a numbered Quebec corporation of Gloucester, Ontario, along with Cento Barilla, Metcalfe, Ontario, trained and driven by Stéphane Pouliot. That's the field for race 4. No changes, just the claim entered on the 2, Tignanello. There's exactor, triactor, superfecta, and middle pick 4 wagering. It's a very competitive field of 7 in upcoming race 4, kicking off another pick 4 sequence, as well as exactor, triactor, and superfactor wagering opportunities. Glenn Pearson going with the public 6-5 choice. Number 2, Tignanello, who cleared Logan Behold on the first turn here Sunday and fought off a second move by that rival on the backstretch. He was overtaken in the stretch by the winner, Mythic Gambler. Tignanello 6-5 right now, and a claim entered on him. I'm playing against with Glenn's 4th choice selection. Number 4, Smiling Billy the Kid, currently 4-1. Went undefeated in 4 straight races from April 28th through May 19th, 2024 for driver Pascal Berube. Marie-Claude Auger is staying aboard tonight with this class dropper with 2 consecutive wins before a 4th place finish in Sunday's preferred handicap. Class relief for Smiling Billy the Kid. I was using Tignanello second. Glenn's 2nd choice is my 4th choice horse. He was a beaten 3-2 favorite last start. That's number 3, Logan Behold. He battled Duck Dynasty first over Sunday for early command. Both of them were overtaken by Tignanello within the first 1/8 of a mile. Logan Behold got the pocket ride to 3/4, and then he had a second move. He came first over but couldn't clear and tried again at the top of the stretch, but tired late. Big effort for Logan Behold. 5-2 right now from post 3. I like the 5 here. He's 17-1, and he does have some back class to him. Arizona Jackson getting post relief. It's his 2nd start Lasix. He retreated to last off the gate Sunday, started up 4th over from last, past the half, and followed Perpetual Rock into the 3-wide path on the final turn. He was gapping cover down the stretch and finished with broken equipment. That 5, Arizona Jackson, I would not leave off the pick 4 tickets this leg as the middle pick 4 begins here in race 4. Glenn likes the 1, Shotgun Jerry, for Melanie Plourde and Stéphane Pouliot, coming in off of a victory April 27th, an off-the-pace win as favorite. Up in class here, though. However, Melanie Plourde recently had that nice win with the pocket trip for raising Rusty from the rail in the top-class trot. So the post position might work to his advantage. He's 4-1 right now. That's the 1, Shotgun Jerry, another with some back class who's done well in the preferred here as well. Looks like Stéphane Pouliot is off the sulky of Duck Dynasty and has removed the head pole. He's making equipment adjustments on track right now on number 7, Duck Dynasty, on the first turn. The starter has called the field. That looks like Claude LaRose leading Duck Dynasty to get turned around and go behind the gate. There's continued parimutuel support for the 2, Tignanello. Even money favorite right now. The starter has called the field. They are lining up. 1 is Shotgun Jerry, Melanie Plourde. 2, Tignanello, Ryan Guy. 3, Logan Behold, Guy Gagnon. 4, Smiling Billy the Kid, Marie-Claude Auger. 5, Arizona Jackson, Clark Stacy. 6, Day Delight, William Waugh. And 7, Duck Dynasty, Stéphane Pouliot, who lags behind the others right now, but he's catching up as they head into the turn. This field of 7 gradually getting into place on the second turn. They're on the backstretch. Tignanello, Logan Behold still getting there. And Duck Dynasty a few lengths behind the others. They're off and pacing and leaving from the inside. Shotgun Jerry and Tignanello square off aggressively early. 3 lengths behind them. Following from third is Logan Behold. Then it's back to fourth place, Day Delight. Tignanello clears to the front for Ryan Guy, putting Shotgun Jerry into the pocket. Logan Behold tightening up in third. Day Delight follows him from fourth as they circle past the opening quarter, 26-4. Fastest of the night so far, and that is the claimed Tignanello on the front end ahead of Shotgun Jerry by about a length. Now a length behind that one. Third is Logan Behold. Fourth, Day Delight. Fifth, Smiling Billy the Kid. Sixth is Arizona Jackson. And starting up first over from last is Duck Dynasty as they head around the turn to the halfway point. Showing interest as well in stepping out, Day Delight. He flushes out Logan Behold from third past the half. 56-4. The clocking there, a 30-second even. Second panel, Tignanello under no pressure right now, but Shotgun Jerry is breathing down the neck of Ryan Guy, loaded with pace from third, and coming first over now, Logan Behold, gapping cover second over. That's Day Delight dropping back as Arizona Jackson moves up into fourth along the inside. 124-1 to 3/4, gearing up third over for a late move. That's Smiling Billy the Kid, and at the back of the field, Duck Dynasty has retreated. Tignanello trying to see this through, taking a move up the inside. Shotgun Jerry, Logan Behold still gaining, but Tignanello might be too good here. Shotgun Jerry, one last surge. It's Tignanello, followed by Shotgun Jerry. It looked like Logan Behold for show. 152-2. Tignanello off to a strong start this meet, and another victory for him. That's win number 3 of the season, nearly equaling his seasonal best mark of 152-1 in a sharp 152-2 mile. The unofficial top 4 finish is now posted for race 4, where the even money favorite Tignanello gets the win for Ryan Guy. Over 1, Shotgun Jerry second. Logan Behold finished third, and the 6th, Day Delight, held on for fourth at odds of 23-1. 2-1, 3-6, the unofficial top 4 order of finish in race 4. Please hold all tickets. Now returning to the Rideau Carleton Winner's Circle, unofficial race 4 winner, number 2, Tignanello, a 5-year-old bay gelding by All Bets Off out of Party Beach, owned by Les Écuries Saint-Thomas Incorporated, St. Charles Borromée, Quebec, bred by Hudson Standardbred Stable Incorporated of Hudson, Quebec, trained by Michel Lagacé. And that's the second driving win of the night for Ryan Guy. 152 and 2, a sharp effort from Tignanello. We'll have information about the claim. Tignanello was claimed in race 4. And race 4 results are now official. Prices are posted for race 4, where the 2 Tignanello returns $4.10 to win. The $2 exactor 2-1 combination pays $29. It's $26.40 for the $1 triactor 2-1-3 combination. And the $1 superfecta 2-1-3-6 ticket pays $128.95. The race 4 rundown is now on screen. 1, Shotgun Jerry was second. 2, Tignanello was the race winner for Ryan Guy. 3, Logan Behold was third. 4, Smiling Billy the Kid, fifth. 5, Arizona Jackson was sixth. 6, Day Delight, fourth. And 7, Duck Dynasty, seventh. From the top down, your program should read 213-564-7. The fractions were 26 and 4 to the quarter, 56 and 4 at the half, 124 and 1 at 3/4, 152 and 2 the winning mile, the fastest of the night, and just off the lifetime best mark for Tignanello. Tignanello was claimed out of race 4 and is now owned by Jamie Copley. And moving to the barn of trainer Mandy Archer, Tignanello was claimed for $25,000. Race 5 is coming up next on the trot. Exact or triact or superfecta and pick 3 wagering. Unfortunately, a late scratch in race 5 of the 1 Illusioniste Gale, a vet scratch, sick. Track handicapper selections are posted. Glenn Pearson counting on the 2 CrossFit to get a 3rd consecutive win for Marie-Claude Auger and trainer Vic Putty. Certainly strong this meet so far. He's up in class here. I'm looking to Glenn's second choice to come out on top. That's the 3 Salzburg Cami for Yannick Martel and Robert Shepard. Both of us are using the 4 Riviera Beach in the show spot from the Mandy Archer barn. Guy Gagnon picking up the drive tonight. And then to complete the superfecta here, I like the 5 Yo Cheyenne for trainer driver Stéphane Pouliot. She stayed flat in the April 27th qualifier. That's what I'm counting on. Yo Cheyenne certainly has some ability, 7 wins last season. Just some trouble staying flat in races since coming here to Rideau. Glenn clearly had the 1 Illusioniste Gale in his superfecta ticket somewhere, and unfortunately the 1 is scratched 6. So it's a field of just 5 trotters here, but a competitive group. Public support thus far going towards the 4 Riviera Beach for Mandy Archer and Guy Gagnon. 2 wins this season, but hasn't picked up a check in April at Rideau Carleton. Riviera Beach getting claimed April 19th at Flamborough and coming here, taking on some tough company. We'll see how this 4-year-old Southwind Frank gelding does tonight. 6-5 right now on number 4, Riviera Beach. There's exact or triact or superfecta and pick 3 wagering available on upcoming race 5. As we wait for the race 5 post parade to come on track, just a reminder, Rideau Carleton Raceway, certainly a great place to bring your mom or mother figure in your life for Mother's Day, coming up on Sunday, May 11th. There's a beautiful brunch at Cafe Italiano, and Mr. Lucky's has great breakfast specials as well. And be sure to stick around for the live racing. Bit of a delay with the post parade. It looks like Robert Shepard is off the sulky of Salzbrook Cami on the backstretch. Possibly an equipment repair. He's back in the sulky now. Salzbrook Cami and the others now proceeding towards the track for the post parade for race 5. Here comes the post parade for race 5. These trotters are non-winners of $2,000 in their last 5 starts. Allowances for fillies and mares also eligible. Non-winners of $30,000 lifetime and also eligible. $12,000 claimers and trotters with less than $400 per start earned in their last 10 races. The purse is $7,000. One, Illusioniste Gale is a vet scratch 6, so leading the post parade is current 8-5 favorite number 2, CrossFit, owned by Gordon MacDonald of Ontario with Christopher Boland of Newfoundland, trained by Vic Putty. Marie-Claude Auger is in the sulky. 3 is Salzbrook Cami, owned by trainer Yannick Martel of L'Assomption, Quebec. Robert Shepard drives. 4 is Riveria Beach, owned by Jamie Copley of Kenmore, Ontario, trained by Mandy Archer, driven by Guy Gagnon. 5 is Yo Cheyenne, owned by Melanie Plourde and a numbered Quebec corporation of Gloucester, Ontario, trained and driven by Stéphane Pouliot. And completing this field, number 6 is Wasting No Time, owned by trainer Yannick Martel of L'Assomption, Quebec. Pascal Berube drives. That's your field, scratched down to 5 trotters in upcoming race 5 with exactor, triactor, superfecta, and pick 3 wagering. We're taking a look at CrossFit, Glenn Pearson's top selection, a 6-5 favorite right now for understandable reasons. He was a hard-charging 3-wide winner in his most recent start here. He stalked dueling leaders Stomper Tom and Illusioniste Gale from single file third to the quarter on Wednesday and came home in the field's fastest last quarter of 30 seconds flat. He's going for his 3rd win in a row. That's CrossFit. Taking a look in the program, the 3, Salzbrook Cami, has a line to be announced for May 3rd at Hippodrome 3R. She was a judge's scratch that race. So there's nothing to report. Salzbrook Cami did not race on May 3rd at Trois-Rivières. At 6-1, I think she's a great value here from post 3. She impressed on Wednesday and makes a quick turnaround. Salzbrook Cami did break behind the gate and was gapping fourth early, but she advanced first over on the first turn, cleared to the front past Stomper Tom in front of the grandstand, and led right till the top of the stretch. She was overtaken late by Stomper Tom and CrossFit, but Salzbrook Cami 7-1, and Robert Shepard staying aboard after a very good effort April 30th at this track. She's winless this year in 5 starts, although she did wire going away in her qualifier April 19th at Hippodrome 3R. That's Salzbrook Cami. The 4 Riveria Beach was a beaten 8-5 favorite in his most recent try here, and he picks up driver Guy Gagnon. He loses Robert Shepard to Salzbrook Cami. Riveria Beach got away single file fourth on Wednesday, came first over approaching the second turn and got parked on the backstretch. He faded late and makes a quick turnaround here from post 4. A bridle adjustment and a little turn for the 5, Yo Cheyenne. Now on her way. The trotters will be going behind the gate very shortly for race 5. And the starter has called the race 5 trotters. The field is lining up behind the gate for race 5. 1, Illusioniste Gale, is scratched. 2 is CrossFit for Marie-Claude Auger. 3, Salzbrook Cami, Robert Shepard. 4, Riveria Beach, Guy Gagnon with his nose on the gate. 5, Yo Cheyenne, Stéphane Pouliot. And on the outside is 6, Wasting No Time, Pascal Berube. The trotters are on the turn with CrossFit and Yo Cheyenne. The last 2 line up. Wasting No Time, also a couple of lengths behind as the starting gate moves on to the backstretch. They're approaching the start. They're off and trotting and moving to early command by half a length. Riveria Beach is looking to clear. CrossFit is stretching him out before taking back to second under tight lines. A length and a half behind that one, following from third early. Salzbrook Cami, it's a gap of about 4 lengths back to Yo Cheyenne, and trailing the field, Wasting No Time. Separation between the top 2 and the rest of this field as they went past the quarter, led by Riveria Beach, 29-2, a quick clocking for the trotters. He is keeping about a length and a quarter ahead of CrossFit, who sits a loose pocket. It's still a couple of lengths back to third. Salzbrook Cami yet to make her move. 3 lengths behind her in fourth. Yo Cheyenne follows, and Wasting No Time still trails this field as they head around the second turn and reach the half, led by Riveria Beach, 58-4. He's just cruising on the front end, and another 29-2 quarter there. He is unchallenged after clearing CrossFit early, but that one looking a little steppy in the pocket and losing some ground approaching 3 quarters. Closer still from third, Salzbrook Cami yet to make her move. Here comes a first overbid from last by wasting no time. 3/4 reached in 1:26 and 4. CrossFit is turning it on now, and so is Salzbrook Cami, as the top three are going to duel down the stretch, trying to take down Riviera Beach, leading the way by a white hooded head and getting some separation. But CrossFit not done yet. Salzbrook Cami also gaining ground to the wire. It's going to be Riviera Beach by just over a length. CrossFit second, then Salzbrook Cami 1:56 and 1. Riviera Beach was seemingly overdue for a win at this track, and he finds it tonight for catch driver Guy Gagnon, a beaten favorite on April 30th, and now a mild upset for the win. 1:56 and 1. That's a new lifetime mark. Unofficial results are now posted for race 5. Looks like Riviera Beach dropped at the last flash to become 7-5 favorite. So number 4, Riviera Beach, a winning favorite for Guy Gagnon. Over early favorite, number 2, CrossFit, who came on for place ahead of 3, Salzbrook Cami, third, and 5, Yo Cheyenne was fourth. 4-2, 3-5, the unofficial top 4 order of finish in race 5. Making his first appearance in the Rideau Carleton Winner's Circle, it's unofficial race 5 winner, number 4, Riviera Beach, a 4-year-old bay gelding by Southwind Frank out of Jupiter. He's now the official winner. Riviera Beach is owned by Jamie Copley of Kenmore, Ontario, bred by Diamond Creek Farm LLC of Wellsville, Pennsylvania, trained by Mandy Archer, driven to victory by Guy Gagnon, a new lifetime mark, set tonight, 1:56 and 1. Congratulations, Riviera Beach. That's the second driving win of the night for Guy Gagnon. Also the winner of race 2 with Arson Seelster. Prices are posted for race 5. Number 4, Riviera Beach, returning $4.90. The $2 4-2 exactor paying $12 even. The $1 pick 3, 3-2-4, 3 of 3, $12.65. 4 of 4 in the early pick 4, $12.25 for the $1 ticket. The $1 triactor here, 423, returns $18.90. And the $1 superfecta, $60.10 for the 4235 combination. The race 5 rundown is now posted. 1. Illusioniste Gale was scratch sick. 2. CrossFit finished second. 3. Salzburg Cami was third. 7-5 favorite at the last flash. Number 4. Riviera Beach, the race winner for Guy Gagnon. 5. Yo Cheyenne was fourth, and 6. Wasting No Time finished fifth. From the top down, your program should read scratch 2-3-1-4-5. The fractions were 29 and 2 to the opening quarter, 58 and 4 at the half, 126 and 4 at three quarters, 156 and 1 the winning mile, a new lifetime mark for Riviera Beach. And a special birthday greeting to a lady who I understand celebrated with a dance at a local hall last night near her home in Quebec. She's a staple at the Ayers Cliff Fair, part of the Circuit Régional racing in Quebec. So happy 90th birthday to Ernestine Tina Whipple. She's a member of the Hall of Fame of the Ayers Cliff Fair Racing. All the best, Tina. The favorites are going strong tonight. It's been difficult to get a price, but as I tell my friends, it's always good to amplify your confidence. If you like a horse and you see it's getting a lot of support, maybe it's just better not to diversify the ticket so much and just express your confidence with a slightly higher denomination bet, a slightly higher base wager on that horse. Just some observations from the first 5 races this evening. Race 6 is coming up next, and it is our pick 5 opening leg. There's also high 5 wagering here, as well as exactor and triactor wagering. We're back on the pace, and I have a single this race. Going with the 1, Siddhartha, who is 3-1 right now. He did spend most of last year unraced, and he's back now with his original trainer, Louis-Philippe Turcotte, Marie-Claude Auger driving after a qualifier at Trois-Rivières on April 29th. I like his chances. He's got post relief here and a lot of back class. That's the 1, Siddhartha, my spot play of the card. I'm singling him here in race 6. In race 7, going 3 deep, using the 2, Make It Come True, counting on the Guy Gagnon trainee. Guy Gagnon, 2 driving wins already on the card. Also using the 5, National Debt, the classy 14-year-old for Yves Tessier and Pascal Berube, a winner April 27th here. And the 6, Love My Rockin' Bird, who may get the front-end trip that he desires, as well as some class relief tonight. We'll take another look at the pick 5 ideas coming up after the race 6 post parade, now coming on track. Here come the Pacers for race 6. They are non-winners of $200 per start in their last 10 or a race in 2024-2025. Allowances for fillies and mares also eligible. $8,500 claimers for non-winners of $2,000 in their last 5 starts. The purse, $5,200. Leading the post parade, number 1 is Siddhartha. Owned and trained by Louis-Philippe Turcotte of Trois-Rivières, Quebec, driven by Marie-Claude Auger. 2 is Big Pete Style, owned by Rachel Burns of Cardinal, Ontario, trained by Mike Armstrong and driven by Pascal Berube. 3 is Major Motion, owned by Jennifer McBride of Almonte, Ontario, who also trains. Guy Gagnon is in the bike. He's a 9-5 favorite at the moment. 4 is Dr. Mickey, owned, trained, and driven by Paul Laframboise of Lange-Gardienne, Quebec. 5 is 88 Fingers Louie, co-owned by trainer-driver Ryan Guy with Sharon Christie of South Mountain, Ontario. 6 is Officer Jones, owned by Limco Incorporated, Chateauguay, Quebec, trained by Vic Putty, driven by William Waugh. 7 is On the Road to Texas, owned, trained, and driven by Jason Gilchrist of Prescott, Ontario. On the outside from post 8, Hella's Rocket, owned by Alexis Zielke of Gloucester, Ontario, trained and driven by Sebastian Turin. And from trailing post 9, it's Perfect Dalliance, owned and trained by Jennifer McBride of Almonte, Ontario, driven by Robert Shepard. That's your field of 9 pacers for upcoming race 6 with exactor, triactor, pick 5, and high 5 wagering. The pick 5, once again, you pick the winners of this race and the next 4 races, so 5 winners in a row starting in race 6. And the high 5 bet is where you pick the top 5 finishers in order in race 6. We're getting a closer look at Major Motion, the favorite here from post 3. He retreated to 5th on the first turn Wednesday, got caught in along the backstretch and tipped to close behind the top group in the field's fastest 29 flat last quarter. He's got some class relief. He was second as beaten favorite at similar classification for Guy Gagnon last April 28th at this track and makes a quick turnaround. 8-5 right now on the 3, Major Motion. Taking a look at the pick 5 once again, it runs races 6 through 10. I am singling the 1, Siddhartha here, going 2-5-6 in race 7, 5-1-2 in race 8. In race 8, that's Sports Activator, Speaker Nancy, and Major Hill. Then in race 9, also going 3 deep with the 6, No Time at All, as well as 5, Anna's Wish, and 3, Flash Cube. And then in race 10, concluding the ticket with another trio of horses, the 6, Manhattan Joe, the 7, Lady for Dollar, unbeaten so far this year at Rideau Carleton, and then the 3, Sunny Bow, showing some strong form recently. That's a $16.20 ticket. Congratulations, Daniel, on hitting the pick 4. I know you're playing somewhere in the United States, but nice to see. And Con from Kingston Park, I believe, is the person who sent the message earlier about Fiona, the Canada Goose. Great to see her back this season, right next to the winner's circle here at Rideau Carleton. Strong support for Major Motion. He's gone off at very long odds for good drivers in his last couple of starts here. He is winless in 2024 and 2025, but his fortunes could turn around tonight. Guy Gagnon, the 2024 O'Brien Award of Horsemanship winner in the bike. for the first time since April 6th behind this horse, when he finished 4th against some arguably tougher rivals. The starter has called the field for race 6. This is your one and only chance tonight to play the pick 5 at Rideau Carleton. And it's a nice field of 9 in the first leg of that multi-leg. They're lining up now in front of the grandstand. 1 is Siddhartha for Marie-Claude Auger. 2, Big Pete Style, Pascal Berube. 3, Major Motion, Guy Gagnon. 4, Dr. Mickey, Paul Laframboise. 5, 88 Fingers Louis, Ryan Guy. 6, Officer Jones, William Waugh. 7, On the Road to Texas, Jason Gilchrist. 8, On the Outside, Hella's Rocket, Sebastian Turenne. And the trailer is 9, Perfect Dalliance for Robert Shepard. They're in a line with the trailer behind. And the starting gate is quickly approaching the start for race 6 and the pick 5. They're off and pacing. Siddhartha leaving well from the rail. Major Motion also leaving aggressively, and 3 wide. 88 Fingers Louis is challenging on the first turn. Big Pete Style sits behind them in 4th along the pylons, followed in 5th by Perfect Dalliance. Major Motion has cleared to the lead, putting Siddhartha into the pocket and leaving 88 Fingers Louis uncovered in 3rd, approaching the opening quarter. Major Motion getting there in a majorly fast time, 27-1. He leads coming down the stretch the first time, keeping ahead of pocket sitting Siddhartha, just a length and a quarter in 2nd. Then it's a gap of about 2 lengths back to 88 Fingers Louis. Now along the pylons, Dr. Mickey starting up into 4th from 1st over, caught inside of him in 5th. That's Big Pete Style as they swing around that 2nd turn and head past the half, led by Major Motion, 56-3. He's keeping ahead of Siddhartha, who is still a length and a half ahead of 88 Fingers Louis. Dr. Mickey, parked out, is retreating to 5th as Perfect Dalliance is shuffled back behind him. She is 6th along the pylons. To her outside, that's Officer Jones, 2nd over but not advancing. Following from the back of the field, On the Road to Texas is 2nd last, now scooting up the cones and trailing Hella's Rocket, 125-2 past 3/4. Here comes Siddhartha out of the pocket to take on Major Motion down the stretch. Siddhartha challenging and clearing easily, and now on the lead for Marie-Claude Auger, pursued down the stretch by 88 Fingers Louis. On the outside, another move from Major Motion. On the inside, it's close to the wire, but it's going to be between Siddhartha and 88 Fingers Louis in 155-1. Major Motion set the pace, and then when Siddhartha tipped at the top of the stretch, it looked like a winning move for Marie-Claude Auger. 88 Fingers Louis, though, coming on strong late for Ryan Guy in a battle right to the wire. Not even going to try to separate them. We'll wait for the photo. 155-1. Race 6. It's between Siddhartha, the 1, and 5, 88 Fingers Louis. Unofficial results are now posted for race 6, and it looks like 5, 88 Fingers Louis managed to sting runner-up number 1, Siddhartha. So 5, 88 Fingers Louis, a 7-2 winner for Ryan Guy, his 3rd driving win of the night. Siddhartha was 2nd as beaten, 3-5 favorite. 2, Big Pete Style, was third. 3, Major Motion, held on for fourth. And then 9, Perfect Dalliance, completes the high five at long odds. 5, 1, 2, 3, 9, the unofficial top 5 order of finish. Please hold all tickets. Now returning to the Rideau Carleton Winner's Circle for the third time tonight, driver Ryan Guy, this time aboard number 5, 88 Fingers Louie, the winner of race 6, a 10-year-old bay gelding by Mach 3 out of St. Lad's Moxie, co-owned by Ryan Guy with Sharon Christie of South Mountain, Ontario. 88 Fingers Louie was bred by Dunarbin Stables of Thornhill, Ontario, trained and driven by Ryan Guy. That's his first win of the season. 155 and 1. Congratulations. And race 6 results are now official. Prices are posted for race 6, where the 588 Fingers Louie returns $9.60 to win. The $2 5-1 exactor pays $21.80. It's $50.20 for the $1 triactor 5-1-2 combination, and the 20-cent super high 5-1-2-3-9 returns $164.54. The race 6 rundown is now on screen. Beaten, 3-5 favorite. Number 1, Siddhartha, a close second. 2, Big Pete Style was third. 3, Major Motion, fourth. 4, Dr. Mickey finished sixth. 5, 88 Fingers Louie gets his first seasonal victory for Ryan Guy, and that was his third driving win of the card so far. 6, Officer Jones was eighth. 7, On the Road to Texas, seventh. 8, Hellas Rocket, ninth. And 9, Perfect Dalliance finished fifth. From the top down, your program should read 234-618-795. The fractions were 27-1 to the quarter, 56-3 at the half, 125-2 at 3/4, 155-1. The seasonal first win for 88 Fingers Louie. It looks like a claim has been entered on the 4, Let's Get Pickled, here in upcoming race 7. And another claim coming up in race 10 on number 7, Ladyford Dollar. There were no changes in upcoming race 7 other than the claim entered on number 4, Let's Get Pickled. There are changes in this last pick 4 sequence of the card, however. Note in race 8, number 7, Stonebridge Hermes is being driven by Stéphane Pouliot. There's a bridle change in race 9 on number 6, No Time at All, who goes from blind to closed, actually blinkers to closed bridle. And then in race 10, a claim entered on the 7, Ladyford Dollar. "88 Fingers Louie" interrupted a string of favorites doing very well tonight at Rideau Carleton with that upset, a very tight finish over Siddhartha. So here in race 7, we have co-favorites at the moment from posts 4 and 5. The 4, Let's Get Pickled, has a claim entered. Cut Fractions, April 27th, finishing second to National Dat. Marie-Claude Auger back in the bike aboard that beaten favorite. And National Dat himself, 8-5 right now from post 5, the 14-year-old. An amazing animal. A winner here from off the pace for the returning Pascal Berube on April 27th, 154-4. Like I said at the time, not a lot of 14-year-old pacers who can do that anywhere. They're coming on track now for the race 7 post parade. Exactor, Triactor, Superfecta, and late pick 4 wagering. Here Here come the Pacers for race 7. They are $10,500 claimers, also eligible non-winners of $600 per start in their last 10. They compete for a purse of $6,000. One is Shadow Dave, owned by Anne Lamarande of Gatineau, Quebec, trained and driven by Mike Healy. 2 is Make It Come True, owned by Écurie Guy Gagnon, incorporated with Stéphanie Gagnon of Gatineau, Quebec, trained and driven by Guy Gagnon. 3 is Tough Cooper, owned by Antonio DeMario and Antonio Belfiore of Sudbury, Ontario, trained by Steve Bellil and driven by Robert Shepard. 4 is Let's Get Pickled, with 1 claim entered. He is owned and trained by Nathalie Seguin, Gatineau, Quebec, driven by Marie-Claude Auger. Here's the 1 to 5 current favorite, the 14-year-old, number 5 National Debt, owned by Francois Morin of Beauceville, Quebec, trained by Yves Tassier, driven by Pascal Berube. And completing this field from post 6, Love My Rockin' Bird, owned by Limco Incorporated, Châteauguay, Quebec, trained by Vic Putty, driven by William Waugh. That's your field of 6 pacers for upcoming race 7. No changes. Exactor, Triactor, Superfecta, and Pick 4 wagering available. Here's a closer look at Class Personified. That's the 5 National Debt, currently the 2 to 5 top choice here. He raced single file 4th Sunday, was second over following the cover of Make It Come True on the backstretch and 3 wide at the top of the stretch. He won going away, pacing the field's fastest closing quarter of 28-4 and is just 7 wins away from career win number 100. National Debt. National Debt is the top selection here of Glenn Pearson. Glenn likes the 6. Love My Rockin' Bird in the place spot. He's making the quick turnaround. He got away single file 4th behind gate to wire Sealaird here on Wednesday and had a second over move approaching the half following the cover of Curious Cortez. Love My Rockin' Bird continued first over down the stretch for place. He's somewhat up in class, but he also has some back class to him and likes a front-end trip. If he gets it, arguable here, but a nice 6-to-1 price on him if you think he can make front and try to wire this group. The 6 Love My Rockin' Bird, Glenn's second choice horse behind National Debt. He's using the 4 Let's Get Pickled in the show spot. And then the 2, Make It Come True, to complete the superfecta. I've got the same horses, different order. I'm trying the 2, Make It Come True, on top of the ticket. He and driver Guy Gagnon getting some post relief here. Make It Come True left aggressively 3 wide Sunday, back down to single file 3rd behind the dueling Let's Get Pickled and Better on the Island, and then came first over against Let's Get Pickled from the half onward. He wired from the Rideau rail last May 5th as a 1-to-5 favorite. Make It Come True, 9-2 right now, a generous price after an overland trip from a tougher post on April 27th. The starter has called the race 7 pacers. This is your final opportunity to play the pick 4 tonight at Rideau Carleton. The Pacers are lining up in front of the grandstand. 1 is Shadow Dave for Mike Healy. 2, Make It Come True, Guy Gagnon getting in place. 3 is Tough Cooper, Robert Shepard. 4, Let's Get Pickled, Marie-Claude Auger. That one has a claim entered. 5 is National Debt for Pascal Berube, still 3-5 favorite. And 6, Love My Rockin' Bird, William Waugh on the outside. They're all in line on the turn. They're approaching the start. They're off and pacing. A perfect start for all. Make It Come True and Let's Get Pickled. Look to be setting up for an early battle, but looking over his shoulder, Guy Gagnon now sees he's got the lead. Make It Come True is on the front end, getting chased by a first over Love My Rockin' Bird and William Waugh, that front end loving rival, up to the sulky, but not moving past. He's going to take back and settle into third, as that's a 26-4 opening panel for Make It Come True on the point, ahead of Let's Get Pickled, and then they're followed by Love My Rockin' Bird, close up, single file third. First over now, Tough Cooper advancing into third on the outside. He's up into second, just outside of Let's Get Pickled, who is now third along the pylons. Second over and moving, National Debt out there in fourth. Back along the cone, second last, Love My Rockin' Bird. Shadow Dave is still trailing this group. They went by the half in 57-2, led by Make It Come True, and Tough Cooper is up on the outside, challenging in second, but he looks to be fading now. Let's Get Pickled is finding room up the inside, advancing into second. Caught behind the retreating cover, you'll find National Debt trying to go 3 wide now, and moving up the inside, Love My Rockin' Bird, 125-2 at 3/4. It looks to be shaping up for a late battle between Let's Get Pickled as he steps out of the pocket for Marie-Claude Auger to try to hunt down the leader. Make It Come True still on the front end for Guy Gagnon. Love My Rockin' Bird searching for a seam up the inside path. Make It Come True needs the wire. He's being chased all the way, but he's going to prevail by a head over Let's Get Pickled. National Debt may have got up for show late. 154-2. Make It Come True goes gate to wire for Guy Gagnon, who gets his third driving win of the card. Let's Get Pickled, a game effort, and coming on late, it was National Debt, widest of all, finishing third as a beaten favorite. The unofficial top 4 finishers are now posted for race 7 at a generous price of 9-2. Number 2, Make It Come True, the winner for Guy Gagnon. Over 4, Let's Get Pickled, second. 2-5 favorite. Number 5, National Debt, finishing third. And then 6, Love My Rockin' Bird, fourth. 2, 4, 5, 6, the unofficial top 4 order of finish in race 7. Please hold all tickets. After earlier wins with Arsen Seelster and Riviera Beach, Guy Gagnon returns to the Rideau Carleton winner's circle once again, his third of the night, with unofficial Race 7 winner. Number 2, Make It Come True, an 8-year-old bay gelding by Captain Treacherous out of Dream of Treasure, owned by Écurie Guy Gagnon, incorporated with Stéphanie Gagnon, Gatineau, Quebec. Bred by Dr. Fred Kruselnitsky of Brooks, Alberta, trained and driven by Guy Gagnon. That's the first win in start number 4 of the season for Make It Come True, 154 and 2. And results are now official for race 7. Prices are posted for race 7, where number 2, Make It Come True, returns $11 to win. The $2 2-4 exactor pays $44.90. The $1 pick 3 ending here, 452, 3 of 3, $102.30. For a 4 in the pick 4, $1 ticket, $326 and change, or $65.30 if you had that pick 4 for 20 cents. The 2-4-5-2 combination. The triactor here, the $1 edition, 2-4-5 combination, $37.25 and $91.30 for the $1 superfecta, 2-4-5-6. The rundown is now posted for race 7. Number 1, Shadow Dave, finished 6th. 2, Make It Come True, the race winner for Guy Gagnon. 3, Tough Cooper, finished 5th. 4, Let's Get Pickled, was 2nd. 2-5 favorite number 5, National Debt, was a fast closing 3rd. And 6, Love My Rockin' Bird, was 4th. From the top down, your program should read 615-234. The fractions were 26-4 to the quarter, 57-2 at the half, 125-2 at 3/4, 154-2, a seasonal best for Make It Come True. Just providing some information on that claim in race 7 of the 4, Let's Get Pickled. He was claimed for $10,500 and will be owned and trained by Jeff Taylor. Race 8 is coming up next. Exactor, Triactor, Superfecta, and late pick 3 wagering. Note there's an important driver change here on the 7, Stonebridge Hermes. Jacques Baudouin giving the catch drive to Stéphane Pouliot on the 7, Stonebridge Hermes in race 8. As we wait for the race 8 post parade, checking in with the track handicapper selections for race 8. Glenn Pearson looking to the 7, Stonebridge Hermes on the class drop from the preferred handicap. Makes perfect sense. Stéphane Pouliot getting the catch drive on this classy horse, looking for a first seasonal win. He is using 3, Skylar for Vic Putty and William Waugh, that good closer in the place spot. Ahead of 4, Beef and Cheddar for Wayne Catherwood and Robert Shepard, having a strong season so far at Rideau Carleton. And then the mare, Speaker Nancy from the rail for Mandy Archer and Guy Gagnon. He's using her to complete the Superfecta. I see it a little differently, actually a lot differently. I think the 5 Sports Activator for Mike Armstrong and Ryan Guy has a lot of potential here. That one closing strongly in the most recent effort. And also the mare, Speaker Nancy, in against the boys. She has beat them before, around this time of the season last year at Rideau Carleton. And she was Canada's fastest mare on a 5/8 mile track last year. So taking on the boys, especially with Guy Gagnon driving and this kind of post, Speaker Nancy is a serious, serious contender, and 4-1 right now. Generous odds on her. The 2, Major Hill, was a winning best bet for me recently. Marie-Claude Auger driving the Louis-Philippe Turcotte class dropper. Lots of back class to the 2, Major Hill. And then completing my Superfecta here in this strong field, I'm going to the 3, Skylar. Who do you like? They're coming on track now for the race 8 post parade. Here come the race 8 Pacers, non-winners of $6,000 in their last 5 starts. Allowances for fillies and mares, also eligible non-winners of $40,000 lifetime, and also eligible $18,000 claimers. They race for a purse of $7,800. Leading the post parade is number 1, Speaker Nancy, owned by Jamie Copley of Kenmore, Ontario, with the Ottawa Bob Racing Stable of Ottawa, trained by Mandy Archer, driven by Guy Gagnon. 2 is Major Hill. He's owned by Francois Morin of Beauceville, Quebec, trained by Louis-Philippe Turcotte and driven by Marie-Claude Auger. 3 is Schuyler, owned by Limco Incorporated, Chateauguay, Quebec, trained by Vic Putty, driven by William Waugh. 4 is the current 2-1 favorite, Beef and Cheddar, owned and trained by Wayne Catherwood of Brinston, Ontario, driven by Robert Shepard. 5 is Sports Activator, owned by Lee Cullen of Ottawa, with Lloyd Howley of Cars, Ontario, trained by Mike Armstrong, driven by Ryan Guy. 6 is Monty's Gone Marble, owned by Jeff and April Murphy of Iroquois, Ontario. Trainer John McMillan is in the bike. 7 is Stonebridge Hermes, owned and trained by Jacques Baudouin, but note the driver change, Stéphane Pouliot, catch driving number 7, Stonebridge Hermes. And the 8 is Mickey Makes Some Speed, who will start from the second tier for owner-trainer Marc-André Simoneau, Trois-Rivières, Quebec, and driver Pascal Berube. That's your field of 8 for upcoming Race 8, Exact or Triactor, Pick 3, and Superfecta wagering. We're getting a closer look at the 4, Beef and Cheddar, the 3-2 favorite here. Beaten only once this season in 5 starts at this track. A number of different drivers, but he's teamed up with Robert Shepard for the most recent 2 front-end wins here. April 27th, the latest, 153 and 3. So very strong form for Beef and Cheddar, not going unnoticed by the betting public. I asked the AGCO judges about the 8. Mickey Makes Some Speed going from the second tier. He has post 8 or saddle number 8, but he will race from post 9, the trailing second tier post. That's due to an earlier scratch before the printing of the program. So the outside post here goes to the 7, Stonebridge Hermes, and the 8, Mickey Makes Some Speed, goes from the second tier. 18-1 on the 7, Stonebridge Hermes. Generous price for the class dropper, coming in from the preferred handicap level. My top choice here, 5, Sports Activator, had a 4-race win streak from May 16th onward last year for Ryan Guy on successive class jumps. It's a tough one to handicap, but the starter has called the field for race 8. They're going to decide it now, and there's still time left to play the late pick 3 at Rideau Carleton. Pacers are lining up. 1 is Speaker Nancy for Guy Gagnon. 2, Major Hill, Marie-Claude Auger. 3, Schuyler, William Waugh. 4, Beef and Cheddar, Robert Shepard. 5, Sports Activator, Ryan Guy. 6, Monty's Gone Marble, John McMillan. 7, Stonebridge Hermes for catch driver Stéphane Pouliot. And from trailing post 8, Mickey Makes Some Speed, Pascal Berube. They're on the turn. They're gradually getting in position. Sports Activator, Monty's Gone Marble, lagging behind the others. They're off and pacing. A staggered start for some, but not for Schuyler. And Beef and Cheddar looking to mix it up early on the inside. That's Schuyler with an uncharacteristic early move. Circling him now, Robert Shepard sends Beef and Cheddar to the lead. Taking back behind them, tucking in along the pylons third, Sports Activator. He's followed by the mare, Speaker Nancy, single file to the opening quarter. Beef and Cheddar on the point, 26 and 4. He leads by just over a length. Schuyler keeping pace from second. It's about 2 lengths back to Sports Activator following third, and a length and a half behind him. In fourth is Speaker Nancy. First over now, Major Hill up into fifth on the outside. Mickey Makes Some Speed, sixth along the pylons. Second over from seventh, but gapping cover. Stonebridge Hermes getting underway from the back of the field, and caught in Monty's Gone Marble sits second last to the half, reached in 55 and 4 by Beef and Cheddar, looking strong on the front end, maintaining a length and a half advantage over Schuyler. Sports Activator still third. Major Hill and Marie-Claude Auger pushing on. First over into fourth on the outside. Caught in fifth, lacking racing room. Speaker Nancy dying to get out and make her move as they approach three quarters. Beef and Cheddar still there on the front end, 123 and 4. And Schuyler not doing enough to keep up. He's second by about a length and a half as Beef and Cheddar trying to bottom out this field on the front end. He might be too strong tonight. He's turning for home for Robert Shepard. Up the inside, a late move from Sports Activator coming on, but it looks to be too late to catch Beef and Cheddar. Winning again over Schuyler, Sports Activator and Speaker Nancy in 152 and 1. Beef and Cheddar just keeps on rolling. Another victory to add to his collection this season at Rideau Carleton. A tight battle for place. Schuyler ahead of Sports Activator in a very quick mile, 152 and 1. Unofficial top 4 finishers are now posted for race 8. 4, Beef and Cheddar wins as 2-1 co-favorite for Robert Shepard. 3, Schuyler was second ahead of 2-1 co-favorite. Number 5, Sports Activator closing for show. And then the mare Speaker Nancy finished 4th. The unofficial top 4 order of finish in race 8 is 4, 3, 5, 1. Please hold all tickets. Results are now official for race 8. As winner, number 4, Beef and Cheddar, makes his way back to the winner's circle, a very familiar place for him. This is win number 5 in his 6th start of the meet. Owned by Wayne Catherwood, his trainer from Princeton, Ontario. This 7-year-old brown gelding by Better Than Cheddar out of Opinionated was bred by Matthew Chappell of Chatham, Ontario, and driven to victory once again by Robert Shepard. 152-1 is a new lifetime mark. His previous mark was 152-2 on a 7/8 mile track. 152-1, just missing the Canadian seasonal mark for pacers on a 5/8 mile track. Congratulations, Beef and Cheddar. Prices are now posted for race 8. Number 4, Beef and Cheddar, returns $6.60 to win. The $2 4-3 exactor pays $37.90. It's $64.10 for the $1 triactor 4-3-5 combination, and that's superfecta. Wow, $193.30 for the $1 4-3-5-1 combination. The race 8 rundown is now displayed. 1, Speaker Nancy was 4th. 2, Major Hill 5th. 3, Schuyler 2nd. 4, Beef and Cheddar, a winner once again for Robert Shepard, his 5th win of the year. 5, Sports Activator was 3rd as beaten 2-1 co-favorite. 6, Monty's Gone Marble finished 8th. 7, Stonebridge Hermes 7th. And 8, Mickey Makes Some Speed, starting from trailing post 9, finished 6th. From the top down, your program should read 452-13876. The fractions were 26 and 4 to the quarter, 55 and 4 at the half, 123 and 4 at 3/4, 152 and 1, a new lifetime mark for beef and cheddar. The closers usually do quite well here, and just an observation that we had back-to-back front-end winners going strong in races 7 and 8. Will the trend continue? Not sure. Race 9 coming up. Glenn and I see it a little differently. Glenn is going to 7, Sea Laird, a front-end loving horse coming in off a front-end victory from the rail on April 30th. He's Glenn's top choice, 7-1 right now. Good price if you like him. Then the 3, Flash Cube for Guy Gagnon, his trainer-driver. 3 driving wins already tonight. 5, Anna's Wish, the good closing mare from the Robert Bernicki barn, driven by Marie-Claude Auger, is Glenn's 3rd choice. And completing his superfecta, he uses the 2, Purely Wicked, trained by Cara Stacey, driven by Clark Stacey, who closed impressively from an outside post at a similar classification here, April 27th. I like the 6, No Time at All, who gets a bridle change here as well. We'll get into that. The Yves Tessier trainee, driven again by Pascal Berube. A tough trip, April 27th. Then the mare, Anna's Wish, from post 5, I think has a good chance here. Using her 2nd in my ticket. She does have the potential to win, though. The 3, Flash Cube, another I would take very seriously from this post position at this level for trainer-driver Guy Gagnon, in spite of the single win this season, and that at Flamborough. He's overdue, Flash Cube. And then also Purely Wicked, part of my ticket here for trainer Cara Stacey, driver Clark Stacey, who got his first win of the meet on our cards last week. I think it was on Sunday. So a good race here, a field of 7. And the only change in this race is a bridle change on number 6, No Time at All. 10-1 right now on him. He goes from blinkers to closed bridle. That's a 6. Blinkers to closed bridle. No other changes in race 9. Exactor, Triactor, Superfecta, and late daily double wagering. And note that in the 10th, the 2nd leg of the late double, the also eligible does not draw in. And there is a claim entered on 7, Lady for Dollar in race 10. Here comes the post parade for race 9. These pacers are non-winners of $3,500 in their last 5 starts, with allowances for fillies and mares. Also eligible $15,000 claimers, and also eligible non-winners of $30,000 lifetime. They compete for a purse of $7,000. One is Time to Dancing, owned by a numbered Quebec corporation of Gloucester, Ontario, trained and driven by Stéphane Pouliot. 2 is Purely Wicked, owned by Robin Morley of Mildmay, Ontario, trained by Cara Stacey, driven by Clark Stacey. 3 is Flash Cube, owned by Yvonne Mondu of Morin Heights, Quebec, trained and driven by Guy Gagnon. 4 is Gascoigne Sunday, owned by trainer John McMillan, with Aidan Keeley-Griffiths of Odessa, Ontario. Robert Shepard drives. 5 is the mare Anna's Wish. She is owned by Sylvain Cote of Joliette, Quebec, trained by Robert Bernicki and driven by Marie-Claude Auger. 6 is No Time at All, owned by Jean Allaire and Gina Bragagnolo with Yves Tessier. All of Quebec, Tessier trains. Pascal Berube is in the bike. And note the bridle change. Blinkers to closed bridle. And completing this field from post 7, Sea Laird, owned by trainer Vic Putty of Mountain, Ontario. He's driven by William Waugh. That's the field of 7 in upcoming Race 9, Exactor, Triactor, Superfecta, and late Daily Double wagering. A lot of respect for the 1, Time to Dancing, from the rail. He's making his 6th start of the season and remains winless. He does have back class to him and rail advantage here. He's not on my ticket, but a 5-time winner last season. His most recent start was from the rail against $18,000 claimers at this track on April 27th. He paced a personal 154 and 4 mile, coming home in 28 and 3, but finishing 5th by a widening margin behind Beef and Cheddar. That's Time to Dancing. 2-1 right now from the rail. 13-1 on my top pick here, with the bridle change as well, going blinkers to close. Number 6, No Time at All, came first over from 4th at the half Sunday, matched strides along the backstretch with Love My Rockin' Bird, and was overtaken on the turn for home by closers Shotgun Jerry and Purely Wicked. No Time at All had 5 20-24 wins here for Pascal Berube, all racing on or near the pace, 4 at a similar classification. He's my top pick. Glenn going to Sea Laird, hoping to go back-to-back, although he moves out from the rail, and he was 5th in his most recent try from post 7 here on April 20th. However, it was a confidence-building going-away victory for catch driver Guy Gagnon on April 30th, giving Sea Laird his first 2025 victory. His regular driver, William Waugh, back in the bike tonight. We'll see if he can make front from out there. If he does, he's definitely a threat. 9-2 right now, the price on Sea Laird, Glenn's top pick. Both of us are using the beaten 1-5 favorite, number 3, Flash Cube, who left hard from the rail here Sunday and was quickly overtaken by the first over Jolton Joe. Flash Cube made a second move, reclaiming the lead in front of the grandstand, and he led until McWicked time, swept past late. Flash Cube was clearly the best of the rest in that 2-move effort. 2-1 right now. He's taken over as the favorite as post time approaches for race 9. The starter has called the field for race 9. This is your final chance to play the late double here at Rideau Carleton. The field is lining up now. In fact, they're all in line except the one Time to Dancing, gradually finding his way behind the gate for Stéphane Pouliot from the rail. 2 is Purely Wicked, Clark Stacey. 3, Flash Cube, Guy Gagnon. 4, Gascoigne Sunday, Robert Shepard. 5, Anna's Wish, Marie-Claude Auger. 6, No Time at All, Pascal Berube. And on the outside, Sea Laird for William Waugh. They're all in line and turning onto the backstretch. They're off and pacing with Time to Dancing, leaving from the inside and pushing the pace early now. That's Purely Wicked first over for Clark Stacey, backing down to third on the inside. Flash Cube as Sea Laird makes his second over move and retreats to fourth, just ahead of No Time at All, who's already found a place along the pylons. Flash Cube, not wanting to wait behind anybody, gets his orders from Guy Gagnon, and he's coming after Time to Dancing out of third, first over past the quarter, reached in 27-4 by Time to Dancing, who leads with Purely Wicked in the pocket. Moving back to the cones, Flash Cube is content to sit third, I guess, for now. Sea Laird fourth on the inside, fifth, and moving. That's No Time at All, launching a first over bid and towing Gascoigne Sunday into it, second over from second last, trailing this field at this point, and yet to find her way into the action is Anna's Wish, known for her late speed. 57-2 to the half, still leading the way. Time to Dancing out there by about a length and a quarter. Purely Wicked is keeping close tabs. Flash Cube under urging. He's first over and grinding away in third, moving up the inside. Fourth, Sea Laird still in range. That's No Time at All. Second over and moving up into fourth as they head past three quarters. 1:25-3. Time to Dancing, trying to bottom out the field. Flash Cube still coming, dropping back behind him. The second over, No Time at All, and still in range from the pocket. Purely Wicked, 1:25-3 to three quarters. Here comes Purely Wicked up the inside path to challenge Time to Dancing, but Time to Dancing going gate to wire tonight ahead of Purely Wicked, Flash Cube, and Sea Laird, 1:54-3. As I noticed, a bit of a track bias here on a warm evening at Rideau Carleton. Another front end winner, Time to Dancing, delivering on the front end tonight for Stéphane Pouliot. The unofficial top four finishers are now posted for race 9. 1, Time to Dancing, a 4-1 winner for Stéphane Pouliot. Over 2, Purely Wicked, second. 6-5 favorite, Flash Cube, closed for show ahead of 7, Sea Laird, who was fourth. 1, 2, 3, 7, the unofficial top four order of finish for race 9. Please hold all tickets. Now coming back to the Rideau Carleton winner's circle. Unofficial race 9 winner, number 1, Time to Dancing. A 7-year-old bay gelding by Time to Roll out of Dance Hall. Owned by a numbered Quebec Corporation of Gloucester, Ontario. Bred by Jake Schwartz of Bern, Indiana. Trained and driven by Stéphane Pouliot. That's the first seasonal victory for Time to Dancing. Strong on the front end, 1:54-3. The AGCO judges have just informed me that they are looking at possible interference near the start of the race by 7, Sea Laird, on 6, No Time at All. 7, Sea Laird finished 4th, and he is now shown to be the subject of the current inquiry, again concerning the start and possible interference against number 6, No Time at All, in race 9. Please hold all tickets. Here is the footage currently under review by the AGCO judges. They're looking at whether 7, Sea Laird, interfered with the 6, No Time at All, near the start of race 9. The AGCO judges have just informed me that after speaking with Pascal Berube, who drove number 6, No Time at All, in race 9, they've decided that there was no interference and there will be no placing in race 9. Number 7, Sea Laird, finished 4th and will stay up in 4th. Race 9 results are now official. Prices are posted for race 9. Number 1, Time to Dancing, returns $10.40 to win. The $2 1-2 exactor pays $41.90. The $1 1-2-3 triactor returns $44.35. Make that $44.85. And the $1 superfecta 1-2-3-7 pays $345.40. The race 9 rundown is now posted. 1, Time to Dancing, getting his first seasonal victory for Stéphane Pouliot. 2, Purely Wicked was second. 6-5 beaten favorite. Number 3, Flash Cube was third. 4, Gascoigne Sunday, 7th. 5, Anna's Wish, 6th. 6, No Time at All was 5th. And 7, Sea Laird, 4th. From the top down, your program should read 1, 2, 3, 7, 6, 5, 4. The fractions were 27 and 4 to the quarter, 57 and 2 at the half, 125 and 3 at 3/4, 154 and 3, the winning mile in a seasonal best for Time to Dancing. There's only one more race on the card this evening, upcoming race 10 with exactor, triactor, and high five wagering. No changes. The also eligible does not draw in. There is a claim entered on number 7, Lady for Dollar. Undefeated at this track so far this season for John McMillan and Marie-Claude Auger. Glenn Pearson and myself both using the 7, Lady for Dollar, in the place spot in our tickets. Glenn has the current favorite from post 3 at even money, Sunny Bow. On top of his ticket, I'm using that one in the show spot. Stéphane Pouliot hoping to go back-to-back in the late double here at Rideau Carleton. I have the 6 on top, Manhattan Joe, for Marc-Andre Semeno and Pascal Berube, a 6-time winner last season and a strong closer. However, let me advise you that there is clearly a speed bias here this evening. Tracks can have this develop. And we've had back-to-back-to-back front-end winners. That's how Make It Come True got it done in race 7. In race 8, Beef and Cheddar. No one could hunt him down. And in race 9, Time to Dancing, straight to the front and all the way to the wire. So I would reevaluate. Take a look at the program and consider the front-end loving horses. One of those happens to be Glenn's top pick here, the 3 Sunny Bow. 2 wins already this season, and he missed by a head on April 27th, finishing just behind winner Lady for Dollar, who has a tougher post to attempt that kind of gate-to-wire effort. Manhattan Joe is definitely more of a closer. He's 6-1 right now and may be at a slight disadvantage here given the success of the front-end tactics late in the card. Glenn is using the 2 What's in the Esky to show ahead of the 6 Manhattan Joe, 4th in completing his high 5 ticket with the 4 Mock Art in Motion. I'm going with Manhattan Joe over Lady for Dollar over Sunny Bow, then the Colt. 7-time winner last season, back in line to Robert Shepard here. And also completing my high 5 with the 4 Mock Art in Motion. As we wait for the post parade to come on track for our last of the night here in race 10, just another reminder, we can't say it enough, that Rideau Carleton is racing on Wednesday evenings instead of Thursday afternoons this meet. So we'll be back on Wednesday, May 7th, 6 p.m. post time for more live racing from the nation's capital. Sunday evenings at 6:30, Wednesday evenings at 6 o'clock for the rest of the meet right until December. Twice a week racing at Rideau Carleton. And the Pacers are coming on track now for the race 10 post parade. It's the Robbie D'Alessandro pace. They're coming on track for race 10. These are $8,500 claimers racing for a purse of $5,200. Leading the post parade, number 1, Rockin' My Dream for owner-trainer Alain Martin of Gatineau, Quebec, and driver Ryan Guy. 2 is What's in the Esky, owned and trained by Gerard Vaillancourt of Kemptville, Ontario. William Waugh drives. The current 4-5 favorite is number 3, Sunny Bow, owned by a numbered Quebec corporation of Gloucester, Ontario, trained and driven by Stéphane Pouliot. 4 is Mock Art in Motion, who races without Lasix for owner-trainer-driver Jason Gilchrist of Prescott, Ontario. 5 is the Colt, owned by Don Lee of Amherst View and Gord Lee of Odessa, Ontario. Gord Lee is the trainer. Robert Shepard is in the bike. 6 is Manhattan Joe, owned by Aurel Harvey et Fils Incorporé of Rivière-Malbaie, Quebec, trained by Marc-André Simoneau and driven by Pascal Berube. 1 claim entered on number 7, Lady for Dollar, owned and trained by John McMillan of Odessa, Ontario. Marie-Claude Auger drives. 8 is Beach Roller, owned by trainer Gilbert Mercier of Gatineau, Quebec, driven by Guy Gagnon. And completing the field from trailing post 9, Midnight Mood, owned by trainer Jamie Johnson and Sonia Johnson of Edwards, Ontario, driven by Clark Stacey. The also eligible does not go. It's a field of 9 pacers lining up shortly for race 10, our last of this card. Thanks again for joining us. There's exactor, triactor, and high five wagering here. Lots of wagering support for the 3. That's Sunny Bow, front-end loving type who closed strongly in his most recent effort here. Sunny Bow had a pocket ride throughout most of the mile on Sunday after putting up a brief early challenge. He's getting lots of support, 4 to 5 right now. He's a tough horse to beat on the front end. That's how he's won a lot of races here, 8 wins last season. And he was second by a head with that pocket ride April 27th. The horse who beat him is 2 to 1, second choice from post 7 tonight, Lady for Dollar, who also loves the front end trips but has a much more difficult post to work from. Number 7, Lady for Dollar, is undefeated for Marie-Claude Auger and John McMillan this meet. He did wire again on Sunday under first over pressure from Mock Art in Motion past the half, and he narrowly held off the fast closing Sunny Bow at the finish. My top choice is a closer, and the closers have not been faring as well late in the card this evening. But the 6 Manhattan Joe and Pascal Berube got away single file 6th here, April 20th, and were caught third over behind retreating cover on the backstretch. Manhattan Joe was 3 wide on the final turn and chased home the winner that race, Sunny Bow. He paced the field's co-fastest last quarter of 29-2. Manhattan Joe had 2 wins together last year with Pascal Berube at this track. And he is definitely a closer. And that strategy not as successful late in the card tonight as those front end trips. I am leaning myself towards the favorite, Sunny Bow. The starter has called the field for race 10. This is your last chance tonight to wager on Rideau Carleton. These pacers lining up now. 1 is Rockin' My Dream for Ryan Guy. 2, What's in the Esky, William Waugh. 3, Sunny Bow, Stéphane Pouliot. 4, Mock Art in Motion, Jason Gilchrist. 5, The Colt, Robert Shepard. 6, Manhattan Joe, Pascal Berube. 7, Lady for Dollar, Marie-Claude Auger. On the outside, 8, Beach Roller for Guy Gagnon. And the trailer is 9, Midnight Mood, Clark Stacey. They're on the turn. Sunny Bow still a few lengths behind the rest, as is the trailer, Midnight Mood. They're on the backstretch. And they're off and pacing, and between horses, What's in the Esky leaving aggressively for William Mois and giving the early parking ticket to Sonny Beau, and coming after him, Lady for Dollar and Marie-Claude Auger setting up for a stretch duel already on the first turn. Lady for Dollar first over against Sonny Beau, and it looks like Lady for Dollar is going to take charge approaching the opening quarter. 27 flat, a fast one. Lady for Dollar making front from post 7. Sonny Beau unwilling to take the pocket. He circles around as they come down the stretch the first time. Sonny Beau reclaiming for Stéphane Pouliot. That's Lady for Dollar second. A gap of 2 back to What's in the Esky, followed by the Colt in fourth. Here comes a first over bid into fifth from Manhattan Joe. He's gaining ground approaching the halfway point, but they're still led by Sonny Beau, 56-3, the clocking at the halfway point. He's got a good length and a half, make it 2-length lead over Lady for Dollar, getting shuffled back on the inside. What's in the Esky, and parked first over now in fourth. That's Manhattan Joe moving up the inside and trying to get out. The Colt lacks racing room. He's fifth and fighting on, moving on the outside. Midnight Mood underway. 3/4 reached in 1:25 and 4. Coming on late, Mockart in motion, gearing up from the back of the field. Shuffled to last, that's Rockin' My Dream. And now they turn for home. Sonny Beau trying to see this through. Lady for Dollar coming on up the inside, trying to keep the win streak intact. It looks to be between these two, and Sonny Beau is going to prevail. But wow, a strong finish there. Rockin' My Dream turning on the jets late. Manhattan Joe, we'll have to wait and see how this shakes out in race 10, 155 and 2. Sonny Beau looks to prevail for Stéphane Pouliot, but there were late challengers finding their best stride. Lady for Dollar gave it his best shot. Rockin' My Dream rocketing up late. Tight for the remaining 3 spots behind Sonny Beau in race 10. The unofficial top 5 finishers are now posted for race 10. 3-5 favorite, Sonny Beau, the race winner for Stéphane Pouliot. Over 7, Lady for Dollar, a game second. 1, Rockin' My Dream came flying late up the inside to finish third at odds of 30-1. Manhattan Joe finished fourth. And 5, the Colt completes the High Five ticket. 3-7-1-6-5, the unofficial top 5 order of finish for race 10. Please hold all tickets. Now back in the winner's circle, Unofficial race 10 winner number 3, Sunny Bow. Sunny Bow is a 9-year-old bay gelding by Sunshine Beach out of OC My Bow, owned by a numbered Quebec corporation of Gloucester, Ontario. Bred by Debbie Filsinger of Cargill and Terry Fritz of Walkerton, Ontario. A training and driving late double for Stéphane Pouliot, who captured race 9 with Time to Dancing and repeats with Sunny Bow in race 10. Congratulations. It's the 3rd win of the season for Sunny Bow. And results are now official for race 10. Prices are posted for race 10, where the 3, Sunny Bow, returns $3.30 to win. The $2.37 exactor pays $10.20. It's $35.50 for the triactor 3-7-1 combination. The $1 pick 3 4-1-3 combination, 3 of 3, $57.55 again for the dollar ticket. The 20-cent late pick 4 of 4 pays $67.91 for the 2-4-1-3 combination. 5 of 5 in the pick 5. We'll get back to that payout, but the 20-cent super high 5 here, 37165 ticket, returns $232.71. The $2 late double, the back-to-back Stéphane Pouliot winners, 1 and 3, pays $24.80. That triactor again, $35.50 for the 3-7-1 $1 ticket. And a nice $1 pick 4 there, 4 of 4, $339.55 for the 2-4-1-3 combination. We're just looking for the pick 5. There it is, 20 cents, 5-2-4-1-3, 5 of 5, $319.46. The race 10 rundown is now on your screens. 1, Rockin' My Dream, closed for show at odds of 30 to 1. 2, What's in the Esky finished 6th. 3 to 5, favorite number 3, Sunny Bow, the winner for Stefan Pouliot. 4, Mockart in Motion was 7th. 5, The Colt was 5th. 6, Manhattan Joe closed for 4th. 7, Lady for Dollar held on for place. 8, Beach Roller was 8th, and 9, Midnight Mood finished 9th. From the top down, your program should read 361-754-289. The fractions were 27 seconds to the quarter, 56 and 3 at the half, 125 and 4 at 3/4, 155 and 2. The winning mile for Sunny Bow in his 3rd win so far this season. And there was one claim entered on number 7, Lady for Dollar, in race 10. His new owner is Mitch Tierney with Lynn Cameron, and the trainer will be Mitch Tierney. Lady for Dollar was claimed for $8,500. And that concludes our Sunday night card here at Rideau Carleton. Thanks again to all the horse players who joined us to support Canadian harness racing and harness racing in general. Tonight's handle, $350,842 wagered. Thanks very much for the wagering support, and we hope you can join us again on Wednesday, May 7th, 6 p.m. post time. Spread the word. Rideau Carleton racing twice a week, Wednesday evenings at 6 and 6:30 on Sundays. Enjoy the rest of your night and week. I'm Melissa Keith, track announcer. Good night.